Good morning, everybody, and happy Friday. Happy Friday and happy NFP Friday, Non-Farms Payrolls Friday. Wow, it's going to be a good one today. If you're with me here either in YouTube chat or in Discord chat, go ahead and drop an emoji. Say what's up. Let's see who we got with us so far this morning. Just getting all set up over here. What's up, Smooth, Double G, Kim, Dude? Just getting all set up here, getting all prepared for this amazing opportunity of a day. So much volatility already this morning. We had the NQ up at 9:15 there and all the way down to 870. Wow, 45 points of range there. That's a lot. That's crazy. Hey, Lost on the way. Hey, Ricky. Hey, Mitch. How we doing, everybody? Good morning. Hello, hello. Hey, Kim. So today is the day that we've all been waiting for here. Today is that day. Can't believe it's already here. Crazy, crazy. So today is that day. It is Non-Farms Payroll Friday. Wow. So today is the day that everybody's sort of been waiting for this whole week here. This is the one. So we're going to have a lot of data that's going to be coming out here in 27 short minutes. And we're going to do our best to either trade the print or, as we always do, we're going to trade the afterglow and see if we can keep the hot streak alive here. Let's go ahead and check out the charts that I'm looking at here. Obviously, NQ is what we're going to be trading. Hey, Trader Pixie, good morning. So looking at the upside order block here that I'm tracking is up here in our 953 and a quarter level. That is our bearish order block. And then we have a bullish order block down here. We are just kind of chopping in between those ranges, nice and free flowing here, just snaking around those ranges here. We did have some equal lows overnight. We had a liquidity grab below those equal lows because this is a really easy one, by the way. Hey, Alvin. Trading out of a hole today. Well, it's Friday. Let's make Friday great. Let's go into the day with positive energy. You always want to look at every single day that you're trading as a brand new session. You don't want to bring yesterday's baggage into today's session because you're not a baggage handler. That's not your job. You're a trader, you're a risk manager. Do not bring in yesterday's baggage. Bring in today's positive attitude because we're going to crush it today. That's how you want to go into today. What indicator am I looking at? Well, this is a pretty indicator-free chart. I like to trade my charts pretty naked. I like to have very few distractions or anything on my chart. We just have our price levels here. And then this dotted orange line is the VWAP. So what do we have overnight here? I'm just going to draw this on the chart right here, and I'm going to make this a different color. We'll make this, let's see. Let's make it green. Can we see that? Yellow maybe? Yeah, yellow is good. We'll do yellow and we'll make it dotted like that. So right here was a classic thing that we look for. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so we can see it better. But right there is a classic thing we look for where we have equal lows in a period of consolidation like this. And what happens is that when we have those equal lows, you can see here our levels 837 to 871. When we have equal lows like that, the market makers are looking for stuff like that. And they know that there are folks here that are long at these equal lows and they're buyers there. And when we sweep below those equal lows, they get liquidity for this next move to the upside here because they're sweeping that liquidity below there where a lot of those people are sell stops. A lot of those folks who went long at those equal lows, they all put their sell stops below that, and that's why we had that sweep down below 837. So what happens when those sell stops go off? Well, the market makers are the counterparty to those sell stops, And they are buying up that liquidity right there. And that's what's happening below those equal lows. They buy up that liquidity that gives them the fuel for this move here to the top side. And so when you're seeing these equal lows on your chart in a period of consolidation like that, and it just so happens to come up and double tap our level up here, that 871 comes down here, sweeps liquidity low. And you can see there's also people who are short here. Those folks who are short, they get swept above there. Most of the market makers are selling their liquidity to the top side there. And so goes the circle of life. Abid says, since when you started trading with funded accounts? Funded accounts, I started trading, I think Top Step, I started trading towards the end of the summer. I would say July or August is when I started with Top Step. But I traded with some other funding companies before then. I traded with Apex and I took a $20,000 payout from Apex. I don't really trade with Apex anymore. I actually prefer trading with Top Step more than anything. Good morning, Michael. I prefer trading with Top Step because it's a lot more similar to trading with your own money than any of these other funding companies out there. The rules are really good for newer traders and it gives you more of a chance at success. There's a couple different things with Top Step that I like that you don't have with other funding companies. One of them is that you have a maximum daily loss limit, which means that you can hit that loss limit. They lock you out of the account for the day, and then you get to come back and trade the next day. And that's really good for people who are struggling with, having temper or tilt when they're trading, which is a very common problem. I know that because I used to struggle with it years and years back. Alvin says he's on the combine for Top Step. Very nice. Good luck to you. Hopefully you pass that soon. Why is Top Step better than Apex? Well, here's the problem that I have trading with Apex versus Top Step. If you have a position in Apex, let's just say that you have a position that's open and that position goes up to be $500 in the profit and you don't close that position at the highest apex of the trade there. So you're up $500 unrealized. Now the trade comes back down and you go back to zero. So you're break even on the trade and then you close the trade. Well, on Apex, what happens is that $500 that you didn't realize because you're not Nostradamus and you can't predict exactly that was going to be the top of that range for your trade because you didn't trade it, because you didn't close your trade up there and you closed it back at break even, you get punished now. That $500 that was in your unrealized profits that you didn't realize, that now counts against your trailing drawdown, which in my opinion is ridiculous because it does a couple things. It creates bad habits for trading because it forces you to be very, very scalpy in your positions. You're not allowed to let your positions work because if you're not closing at the very top, you're getting punished for that. Whereas on Top Step, if I'm trading an account and I'm trading a position, which often happens, I'll have a position go in my favor, $500 or whatever the case. I'm just using whole numbers here. Well, it goes up $500 and now it draws back down to zero and I close the position. I don't get penalized for that. In fact, I don't lose any money. Maybe I lose a couple bucks on the commissions for closing that position, but I don't get that counted towards my account as a drawdown. And that's a big deal because I'm allowed to trade as if it's my own money. And I'm not getting punished for not being able to predict exactly where the apex of that move was. Now, even in the same example, if it's up 500 and then it goes back down to 300, you close it for a $300 profit. What Apex says is that, well, no, that's not a $300 drawdown against your account that we're going to move your trailing drawdown up. We're going to move it up 500, even though you only closed 300 in the profit. Top Step waits until your entire trading day is over, and then they assess what your drawdown is based on your performance for that day. And that, to me, allows you to trade this much like your own money. I always say Top Step is the closest thing to trading my own money that I've ever experienced out of any of these funding companies. But I did take it, like I said, I took a $20,000 payout from Apex. They absolutely do pay out, but it was extremely difficult to get there because you have to be so scalpy in your trading. And that to me is a game within a game, and it also doesn't produce good trading habits. You should be able to let your position work. You should be able to keep your trade idea on, and you shouldn't be punished if you're not closing it at the exact top of your trade. So we have that data coming out here in 19 minutes. 19 minutes is when that data is coming out. We have more than just the NFP that's coming out. There's quite a few bits of unemployment data that are coming out. So first of all, the most important one, we have this September change in non-farm payrolls. The expectation for that, I believe, is 160,000, which is lower than the last print. And they think that the prior print is going to be revised lower. So if the print comes in any cooler than 160K, we would expect that the market should rip to the top side. If it comes in line, we'll see probably what we saw yesterday. We'll try to manage our way around that trade. If it comes in hotter than 160,000, it's pretty likely that the market will go down. So that's what we're looking for on the change in non-farm payrolls. They're looking to add 160,000. That's the number. We also have the change in private payrolls, the change in manufacturing payrolls, the 2-month payroll net revision, September's unemployment rate, the September average hourly earnings, the average weekly hours for all employees, the September labor force participation rate, and the September unemployment rate. That is all coming out at 8:30. So this is going to be an insanely volatile session. If you've never traded the NFP print before, I would highly recommend, given this cycle of the market, given how much the Fed is relying on this data right now, I would highly suggest that you just lay off and take it easy, because this is going to be extremely, extremely volatile. I do see that we have about 50 of you folks in here, and we only have 19 likes on the video. I think you guys could do better than that. Do me a favor and go ahead and smash that like button, and make sure you are subscribed with your notifications turned on so that you get notified anytime that we're going live here. We're actually trying to get, the goal this week was to get to 700 subs. We smashed right through that goal. We're trying to get to 800 subs on the channel now. So if you guys sub, I do appreciate the support very much. Wow, look at that, screaming all the way above 25 likes now. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that. Lets YouTube know that you like what we're doing here. And if you ever want to go back and watch any of the prior streams and see how I've traded over the past couple weeks, all of those streams are located here in this YouTube channel. They're all archived, so you can go back and see. And yeah, that's what we're doing here. ABD asks, do you use the Dome? I do use the Dome, but often I'm trading on Chart Trader with NinjaTrader. That is usually my preferred method for trading. I'm using the Chart Trader. I do use the Dome sometimes when the situation calls for it, in case that I have an area that I want to have a limit order, a resting limit order placed. I will use the Dome there. But for the most part, if I'm trading a momentum-based style, I'm usually using an ATM strategy in the Chart Trader and entering with the Chart Trader buttons there. And that's my preferred method overall here. So we are seeing kind of what we expected pre-print here. We're seeing basically just in lockstep of this channel right here, just right there in between 71 and 94.5. We did have a liquidity sweep higher there, but for the most part, 94.50 and 71 is kind of the range there. Mitch asks, what are your brackets set at? So it depends. If we have a very volatile print, generally, if I'm going to be momentum trading that, I'll have a range from 40 to 100 ticks. Now, that's not because I'm going to leave it there. It's because I just want to have that range so that I can take my stop and then drag it to the area of the market structure where it actually makes sense. And that's for NQ. You don't need that wide of a range for your bracket orders when you're trading something like the S&P E-mini, the ES. But with the NQ, 40 ticks is 10 handles. 10 handles in the NQ is very quick, snappy NQ. It can hit 10 handles very quickly. For speakers today, we do have Chris Waller, who's going to be speaking at noon. ABD asks, how do you read that chart with the bubbles? Well, it's a very difficult thing to read effectively. I've been using Bookmap now for well over 10,000 hours myself. It's a difficult tool to read effectively. I actually have a webinar in Clubhouse about Bookmap, and we're going to have some more additional webinars about how to use it. But essentially, the easy way to explain it is that these bubbles are showing the bid and the ask and how much was filled on either side inside of that bubble. It shows you how much volume it is. And the larger the bubble is, the more volume that was conducted in that area. So just think that, when you're looking at candlestick charts, something like this, you can't tell how much volume was conducted at this part of the candle or this part of the candle. And that's what I can see with Bookmap. I can see exactly how much volume was conducted at each part of the candle when it's sweeping this liquidity around here. What time frame do I trade off of? It depends. Usually I'm charting in the higher time frames, 4 hour or 1 hour. And then when I'm trading, it's usually off of a 15-minute chart. Over here, when we're doing the live trades, this is a 30-second chart, but I do not trade off of this chart. The whole reason I have a 30-second chart over here is so that you folks can see sort of the tick-by-tick price action there. It's not because I trade off of that. I would never trade off of anything below a 3-minute. That's probably as low as I'd ever go. Definitely want to trade somewhere in between a 15 and a 3-minute. That's what I would recommend. So does anybody have any trades on out there so far? I'm curious. I'm not going to put on any trades until we have the print. And again, we're going to be looking to either trade the print itself or trade the afterglow of the print. And we'll see if we can find some success in doing that. We could have a very outlier print here. What we could have is a print where it... let's just say, because we're expecting 160,000, right? So if the print comes in at, let's say, outlier print here, 100,000, market would go crazy. Same thing comes in 250,000, market goes crazy. 220,000, whatever. Market goes crazy. I'm not expecting that, but you always want to be prepared for outlier prints. What would be really choice would be to see the market come up to one of our liquidity zones up here or down here, come into this bullish order block or this bearish order block, and then we can take a trade from there. I probably will try to, if the print is something that seems sort of on the outlier end there, then I will likely take a momentum trade into the print. But if the print is kind of slow and wonky, we'll probably look at playing the afterglow. Wow, Apex, look at that. Here in the Discord, up looks like over $3,000 already this morning. Way to go. Is that a Top Step or Apex accounts over there? Oh, it's Top Step. Wow. Holy smokes. Nice work. Just scaling in and out of that range there. Very nice. Way to go. That is awesome. How much was your most profitable day? Multi-seven figure. Not in futures, but trading options contracts. That was my most successful single day trade of all time. So just watching here, we are just still chopping around this range here. We have about 10 minutes, just over 10 minutes until the print. And I'm just eyeing here. Lucky like love button smash. Love that, Caesar. Thanks for stopping through here. Yeah, so on the expectation that the number does come in super, super hot, we will probably barrel down into the low 800s, if not the high 700s here. And if the print comes in super cool, we'll likely be stabbing into the mid 900s here. It's very difficult to read early before the print. Sometimes there is data that gets released and it gets leaked before it actually gets released to the public. This is usually one of those prints where it's pretty Loctite. There's very few people that have access to the data. And a lot of these traders, I mean, supposedly, the market makers, big banks, institutions, large funds, they usually don't have access to this data early. So trying to read the tea leaves before we have this print coming out, you know, it's, you don't want to give too much weight into it just yet. So for instance, I mean, you know, we're sending it straight down here. You see right here, the market's kind of heading down here, but you know, you don't read too much into that, given that the print is not out for another 8.5 minutes here. So yesterday was a good day. Ended up trading live here on stream. I think we made $1,300 here live on stream, and ended up trading over in the Clubhouse, made some money trading some SPY options, and then also traded some more NQ in my Top Step XFA. That was a lot of fun. So hoping for another exciting day like that today. I think today is going to have a lot of opportunities. So you want to pace yourself today. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to nail this print if you're inexperienced with trading momentum on a print like this. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Don't try to leverage up too much. If you're new to trading this type of style, trade it in your sim, trade it in your practice account. There's no reason that if you've never traded a print like this before that you should be putting real money on the line, or even if you're trying to pass a combine or an evaluation account, no reason that you should put yourself at that risk, because these things generally are very difficult to trade. One of the best things that you can do, because, on Top Step or these other funded companies, they give you a practice account that you can use. And on that practice account, you can try as many trades as you want, do your whole thing on that practice account. And so you can find success just learning from doing that way. And if it's still a little bit too difficult, just sit back and watch, maybe record your screen, or, come back and watch this video, watch the archive and see what you saw before the print, see if there was any clues that you could use to help you. And when you're ready to actually trade these types of prints live. It's extremely difficult to trade this type of stuff. So you want to be very, very careful. You want to make sure that you're always using a stop, and do expect to be stopped out in this type of volatility, unless you have a crazy wide stop, which could incur losses and probably not a good risk management strategy. So there's a lot of pitfalls when coming to trade something like this. So you need to be as careful as possible. You need to make sure that you're exercising discipline, you're showing patience. And that's why I say if you're a newer trader, just back off, don't trade it. Just watch, enjoy the show, enjoy the volatility. And then maybe when it comes into a favorable area, maybe you have a setup that you trade, then you can trade. But if you're new to this, just try to take it easy. There's going to be plenty of volatility today. Don't be so hard on yourself thinking that you have to nail this very first print here, and that's the only chance you're going to have for success today. Don't lie to yourself like that. But this is going to be very helpful for the Fed's decision. The next FOMC meeting is on November 1st. It's the day after Halloween. We have, 5.5 minutes here until the print. But yeah, this print is going to be very indicative of what the FOMC meeting is going to have, whether they're going to hold rates or not. What's interesting is that we're trading nearly exactly the same area that we traded yesterday. Yeah, let's see if we can get up to 40 likes. We're almost at 60 folks in here. Go ahead and hit that like button. Make sure you are subscribed. I appreciate the support, and it lets YouTube know that you are enjoying these streams. So again, we're looking for nice work. We did it. Awesome. I'm going away because the knee-jerk reaction takes weak hands of the market in a microsecond. Yeah, and that's why I say if you don't have the self-control to not push the buttons, just be hands off. Come back and check it later. There's going to be so much volatility to trade today. You don't have to be concerned that you're going to miss anything. This print could be very wild. It could be docile. We could have a choppy range. It could be volatile. It could be whippy. So many different possibilities for this print. Expectation again, 160,000. Less than 4 minutes now until the print. I'm going to zoom out here on the book map. So in expectation that we will get a pretty whippy and wild print here. I do have my Ninja Trader queued up and ready to go. If the print seems like it's something that I can nail on the momentum side, I will try to capture as much of that alpha as I can. If it looks like it's a little bit wonky, then I may just lay off and wait until the afterglow of the print and then try to trade that. So just getting prepared for this now. We are kind of holding these lows, but like I said, you don't want to look into this price action before the print too much. It's very rare that you're going to have people that know what the print is before it comes out. They're pretty Loctite about this stuff here. Two and a half minutes now. Make sure you are calm, cool, and collected. Make sure you are feeling relaxed. Discount says, yeah, everybody except Congress, right? Yeah, they might have a hot read on it. All right, we got 2 minutes now until the print. 2 minutes. Let's see if we can generate even just a small bit of alpha on this print here. And remember, use stops if you're going to trade this. Don't have your stops so tight that it doesn't give you a chance, but make sure you have stops that you have predefined risk before you're taking on a trade, and that you know exactly what the maximum loss is that you can incur. Okay, so expectation is 170,000. Do you think there's a ranking of significance between FOMC, CPI, and NFP? They're all equally important. Well, the NFP print and the CPI print are going to drive the FOMC decision. And if the FOMC decision comes, it just really depends on if there are outlier prints. Outlier prints are what moves the market and gives extreme volatility. If it's in line with the expectations, right? If we know that the Fed's going to pause, then we're usually looking towards pause and what's going to happen at the next meeting with the NFP print here. In less than a minute, by the way, less than a minute. Good luck, everybody. It's usually related to whether or not it's going to be an outlier print. So the expectation is 170,000. Cooler than 170,000, we should rally. Hotter than 170, we do end up tanking. So let's see what the market has to offer us here in the way of any kind of opportunities. Less than 30 seconds. Ten seconds. Big drop. $336,000. That is the, oh my God, that's a crazy print. 336,000. Holy smokes, that is massive. Wow. Okay. You wanted to talk about an outlier print. There's your outlier print. I didn't catch any of that. Wow, this thing is going super low here. Geez, that is crazy hot. Market is cratering on that. I'm looking for a bounce to potentially short into. Wow. That was entirely unexpected. That was insane. Wow. Oh my God. Well, I expected a hot print to be 220,000. We came in at 336,000. That is one of the hottest prints that we could have ever seen and ever expected in this. Wow. That is insane. Watching for any kind of bounce here. Watching these 700s area, seeing if I can catch a little short here. Watching. It's at the 700s here. My goodness. I did not expect that at all. That was the most insane print I've ever seen. Isn't bad news good news? No, that's actually really good news for the economy in the sense that more people are in jobs here. They added more payrolls to the non-farms. That's the thing. We wanted less jobs being added so that the Fed's mission was seeing itself through, because the Fed is looking to have inflation under control. The more people that are in work here, then the higher prices are going to remain. So yeah, I did not catch a trade on that at all. We were looking to potentially short the 700s. We're looking at this bounce. We bounced all the way up to 750 here, 755, 760. So looking to see if we have any kind of setup here. I'm going to try to take a short and keep my risk pretty tight here. Get this through 700. Watching this through 700 here. Now at the 690s. I'll just take that off right there. So we did a nice little scalp there for that break of 700. Let's see where that puts us on the day so far. There we go. We're on the board up $756. So we caught a little bit of a scalp. We did not play the main print, but we got a little bit of the afterglow there. And that's what I was talking about where, sometimes you just have to be patient and wait for, the print. We just had a little bit. Look at how large this move was here. We just caught a little baby, just a tiny little bit there on one single lot. That's the type of volatility we have in this market right now. That is incredible volatility. So if you were able to catch that move from the top side down, that's almost a 200-point move there. 200 points on one single contract is $4,000 in the NQ. So just remember that next time where you think that you don't have to, you don't have to size into these moves when they're extraordinary moves like this. You can make tons of cash on just one single lot. It's more so about managing your risk effectively. Oh, wow. Looks like Big Mac barreled into it. Way to go. Up looks like $3,000 there. Wow, look at this. This is just extraordinary. So Apple is back down to 172.87 here. That is about the lows of yesterday here. Tech has cratered, but this is going to present some amazing opportunities today during regular trading hours. This is going to be fantastic. I'm really looking forward to this. So we came down, you can see this, we broke right through that bullish order block there. That is now a breaker block. We came down and we stepped into our level here right at 14,675. And I was originally targeting that. I couldn't hold on for long enough. We didn't get that favorable push to the downside, but still happy because we ended up making $750 on that reflex trade. We got that nice little pop. And then we got that nice drop there to the downside. Anybody else catch anything similar? Anybody in YouTube here catch that short? Curious about that. I'm seeing in Discord we had quite a few people here getting that nice move. Looks like Big Mac caught it from 760 down to, wow, 688. Beautiful trade there. My heart is pounding. Oh, wow. Yeah. This is just so exciting when you have a move like this. Unfortunately, I didn't catch the big part of the move, but still caught enough to get a nice little piece to start our morning out great. And like I said, don't feel discouraged if you missed that print. There's going to be so much volatility during the day today. I would usually say I wouldn't be surprised if we can give back that entire move during regular trading hours. That actually would surprise me if we end up giving back that entire move, simply because the print was such an outlier print. I'm just going over the data now. The September change in non-farm payrolls was plus 336,000 jobs added. And the expectation, as I said before the print, was 170,000 jobs to be added. So we're talking about almost double what the expectation is. An outlier print, in my opinion, would have been 200 to 220,000. We're talking about a print at 336,000 here. That is extraordinary. So this is going to create a lot of volatility today. Usually when you have these big sweeping movements here, there's a lot of unmatched orders in a move like that. So it is likely that we will step back into some of these areas, some of these price areas, but will we give back that entire move? I seriously doubt it. But again, I like to be very open to anything with the market. The market continually surprises me every single day, all the time. Caesar says 50% retrace, as you said, 100% after the opening, waiting patiently. Very nice. Yeah. So just listening to the squawks here, they had an adjustment on the death rate for the people who are not in jobs. The unemployment rate came in at 3.8% versus 3.7%. So that is your silver lining on the print. That is the only fuel for the upside right now, for the upside move, is the fact that the unemployment rate came in a little bit hotter. We're talking about 10 basis points here, not an outlier whatsoever. So, yeah, the Canadian data came out. Market really doesn't react on that. The U.S. market's not so much. Average hourly earnings are down 10 basis points at 0.2%. Year over year, also down 10 basis points at 4.2%. But yeah, this is the highest increase since January 2023 in the non-farm payrolls. It's higher than any expectation. I believe the highest expectation was 256,000. That was the highest estimate from any analyst out there, 256,000. And again, we came in at 336,000. So, I mean, wow, what a beautiful market this has been. What an amazing print. If anybody caught that to the short side, congratulations. Way to go. That's a great way to go into your Friday. Can't believe it's Friday already. This week completely blew by. So if you guys are enjoying the stream, I got to ask again, go ahead and hit that thumbs up button. Make sure you are subscribed with your notifications turned on. It lets YouTube know that you like what we're doing here on the stream. Yeah, 336,000 versus a 170,000 estimate. Yeah, massive, massive surprise. Totally shocking. Even myself, I was shocked there. And to be honest with you, the market reacted and then the print didn't come out until probably, the price action was probably right around this area here. And, I was still waiting to hear the print. I finally heard the print, was in complete shock. And so I was waiting for a little bit of a bounce there. But like I said, we caught what we could with the alpha that we did in just one single lot. Got us a total of 756,000 copied across our 3 Top Step accounts. So very happy about that to go into our Friday with a win. Very, very happy. Looks like Trader Pixie caught $300. Nice work. Way to go. But wow, 200 points straight down. That is extraordinary. Over 200 if you're measuring from the top there. Well over 200. But this market has been absolutely gorgeous. This market has been one of those things where it is a gift that keeps on giving. This volatility that we've been able to experience in the last few weeks alone has made for a tremendously fruitful market. So how do you take advantage of a market like this? Number one, you have to go into each day without any sort of expectations. For instance, if I went into today and I said, you know what, on the stream this morning, I'm going to make $10,000, I would have been over risking, over leveraging, and probably would have ended up maybe even blowing an account, right? You want to go into each day without any sort of expectation so you don't put that undue pressure on yourself. The only expectation that you should have on yourself is that you're going to face the day with discipline and you're going to trade your best. Number two, you want to keep your head on a swivel. You want to expect the unexpected because this market will continue to surprise you. It is a very volatile, very tricky market. In fact, I said this, I think, all week now. There are some pro traders that I know that have been trading for for longer than I have. I've been trading for just over a decade now. I know traders that have been trading for 20, 30 plus years. They don't even trade this week because of the volatility. So keep that in mind that if you're attempting to trade this and you're getting run over and you're getting smoked during this week, it's okay. This is a very difficult week to trade, and don't be so hard on yourself. Rips, how much risk percentage do you risk per trade? Well, on that one, I was only risking $200, only $200. So a little bit over 1.2 to 1 risk reward there because I ended up making about $250 per account there, $275 around that range there per account. So just made over about 1.1, 1.2 reward to risk. But yeah, I had a 40 tick stop there. And so the most I could have lost across the board, copied across 3 accounts, would have been $600. And I always use stops. You'll never find me trading without stops. Was there a revision to the previous month's jobs? Yeah, I think they revised higher. I want to see here. Let's see. Yeah, so the prior change was revised higher from 187 to 227,000. So revised higher there as well. That also puts downside pressure on the market because that is a large revision. The change in private payrolls was revised lower from 179 to 177, so a non-print there. And the prior change in manufacturing payrolls was revised lower from 16,000 to 11,000. So big deal there on the revision, 187 to 227. Huge revision there. So yeah, the markets are going to be very fun to trade today, to say the least. Extremely fun. Wow, so lots of jobs, but I see the hourly earnings was lower, increased that expected, so that's good for inflation. A little bit, but adding jobs like that is not good. That many jobs is crazy. And it's not like the expectations were low. 256,000 was the highest expectation, right? The highest estimate, the highest analyst estimate there, 256,000. So honestly, you know, to have it that high, 336,000, totally unexpected. Beautiful price action though. Right off of 675. What was the low print on the NQ here? The low was 676 and 3/4. Our level was 675 flat. So we are seeing things kind of base out here actually. If we're looking at Apple kind of basing out a touch above 173, now trading 173.5, which is interesting because not only 2 days ago, Apple was trading below 170 here. I mean, that's just not a great print for the market. Will we give back this entire move? That would be an extraordinary thing in the market. Give back a little bit of retracement. I could see that happening, but to retrace this move 100% would be insane. I would love to see it though. I would love to see it. Anybody have any questions there about any of the, well, I took one trade this morning. Any questions for me about that trade that I took or what I saw? Happy to go over that. Just a nice, quick, easy scalp for me there. Looking for that dip below 700 on that little reflex pop to the top side there. We didn't get the best entry. I think we got it from, what was our executions here? Where did we get in there? 711, nope, 712.25 down to 698.25. Yeah, sure. So I'll go over that right now. So what we're looking for, the print actually came out, you know, obviously the algorithms and everything are getting that print right around this area right here. That's when the algorithms are getting the print. So they go to the sell side immediately. There's market makers that have to provide this liquidity to the downside. But as you can see, they're sidestepping it. They're making it pretty scant. Obviously, a lot of contracts are traded in that move there. If we're looking at the book map, we have what looks to be about 4,000 plus contracts on the way down there on that single candle. This is a 30-second candle, by the way. Came down and I probably heard the number right around this area of the print. I'm not going to chase it that low. Instead, I'm going to wait for some kind of pop. And unfortunately, the pop was this last pop here. I waited for it to go a little bit higher. I entered in on the market. I clicked sell market. I ended up getting a fill. My best fill was 712.25. And I was looking for a flush below 700. I waited patiently as it traded below 700 because you're always running the threat of whole numbers like that where you're going to have an extreme bounce. It tucked below 700. It made itself a little bit lower on the extreme of that candle, probably about 690. So 10 handles below 700 there. I was waiting for a breakdown, maybe even to the mid 80s. Didn't get that. It started to come right back up. So I closed the trade right there. My exit was at 698.25. And that was able to net me between on my copied accounts here, $225 on one and two of them, and $275 on the others after fees. $260, $280, and $230 is what it ended up working out being for each account without commissions. The risk that I was actually risking on that was only 10 handles. So if my entry was, let's see here, the entry was 712.25. I was only risking to 722.25. That was the only risk that I had, which kind of coincides with our level, this 728.5 level. But the way that I was entering that trade, I was very confident in it that we were going to get that pull back down through 700 because we originally tested below 700. We came back and then we showed weakness. And that's a pattern I like to trade with momentum. And I was willing to risk, like I said, 10 handles on that, 40 ticks. And my biggest loss I could have incurred copied across 3 accounts would have been $600. So like I said, we came back above that, slightly above 1.1 to 1.2 reward to risk ratio. So overall, a speedy trade, quick trade. I gave it a chance to perform right under that 700 level. Unfortunately, we did not tuck below that level for long enough. Obviously, we made ourselves a little bit lower there. The low of the hour there, 676 3/4. Would have been great to close there at the bottom, but you can't predict the future. You just have to trade the price action in front of you. And when we're in a momentum situation like that, we really have to be on the ball, focused on things, because we can get a pull right up through 700 that would blast right up past our entry, and then we're just throwing away our potential profit on that trade. And I'd much rather close in the profit there. Rips, do you play or do you always play newsprints with your stream deck? I use my stream deck when I trade options all day, every day. I have never actually used my stream deck once when using NinjaTrader. In fact, I do just click the buttons on ChartTrader. I have some folks here in the Market Clubhouse Discord that end up, I think a few of them now are trading on NinjaTrader using their stream deck, or in Quantire using their stream deck. But me personally, I've never actually used my stream deck on NinjaTrader. It's something that I could potentially try, because there are certain times when I have a favorable area that I'm tracking. Let's just say that I got some really nice low entries into something, and I want to add more than one lot, because usually my order quantity is set to 1 in ChartTrader. And instead of clicking multiple times, it would be favorable to have a button where it's 2, 3, 4, 5 lots that I could add in 2, 3, 4, and 5 chunks. Why do you trade the NQ rather than the TQQ, SQQ? NQ is a beautiful instrument, and I love trading futures. SQQ and TQQ, you have to use a lot of commons to have any kind of profit on them. You have to trade a large position to have any kind of real profit on it. And the options chain in both the TQQ and the SQQ are terrible. Trading options in the Qs is favorable, but sometimes the liquidity can be kind of scant. So if you're trading, 200 plus contracts, sometimes they can sidestep the bid and the ask if you're trying to get out of that. I have had some trouble on those types of positions, sometimes getting out of them. Whereas when you're trading the SPY options, there's basically infinite liquidity in that. And I've never had trouble getting filled on the SPY for the most part. Obviously, if it skips around, you have a big sweeping movement. Sometimes you can have an order that where you're tagging it and you're trying to get on the bigger bid or the ask, and they move it rapidly, and maybe your order's just hanging there in your order book. But yeah, for the most part, I prefer trading NQ futures more than trading the triple Qs. Kind of wish I shorted in MNQ, maybe something I'll think about for future prints. Yeah, so 200 on the MNQ, you would have made $400 there. It's $2 a point. But yeah, NQ is a beautiful thing. If you've never traded futures before, never a better time to start than today. You can check out the links I have in the description below, where you can get a Top Step account for as little as $49 to start. And they let you trade with their own money. You don't have to put your own money at risk, which is a hugely beneficial thing for newer traders. They also give you free data, free platform. It's all included in the price. You don't have to pay for NinjaTrader, Quantire, or whatever platform you want to trade on. You can even trade on TradingView with Tradeovate, which is great. They fund your account for you, so you don't have to put any of your own capital at risk, which is a really amazing opportunity. And I highly recommend them. The link for your coupon is right in the description below this video. So we are coming close to the end of the stream here. I think I will just be wrapping it up. We are just kind of choppy and tight in this range here. I don't see any nice setups that I want to take. I'm going to be waiting to trade the open here. So the total net profit I have on the day here, $756. And that will kick off our Friday on a high note here. Any more questions before I go and lock up the stream here? What's going to happen is that I will be streaming Bookmap throughout the day here, as I always do. It'll look like that in full screen there, so you can have that off in a second monitor if you wish. Utah Dude asks thoughts on average hourly earnings and how that could influence the markets today on top of the NFP. I think that it could potentially give us a little bit of juice back up to the upside, but with how tremendously strong those jobs being added are, it would be a very crazy thing to see the market actually retrace this move. If we had a print, maybe say high 200, mid 200,000 to low 200,000 instead of 336,000, that might make a case for doing that. It could potentially see a retracement there. But the way things have been going, to be honest with you, I just personally, I don't really see that happening. We're just kind of fading lower here. And the market can trade much lower. I mean, dropping 200 handles here could just be the beginning. We could have a 400 handle down day in the NQ from the highs there. We could easily be trading 500 very, very soon here in the NQ. We could just have a huge dump across the board here. So, all right. Any other questions before I lock it up here? Again, we just took one trade there on the NQ, only traded one single lot. And the power of one lot is extraordinary in the NQ. You do not have to take a ton of lots to make a good amount of money, making $756, copied across 3 Top Step accounts for this morning to get our Futures Friday cooking. All right, folks. Well, I'm going to go skitter on over into Market Clubhouse. I'm going to do the morning call here at 9:05 a.m. And then we're going to be trading live in there. If you want to join Market Clubhouse, check us out. There's a link in the description down below for that. But otherwise, I will see you guys bright and early on Monday. We'll be back here on Monday at 8 a.m. to continue the stream. And then keep in mind next week, and this is why you want to make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. Next week, we will be having one of these streams where we end up trading all the way through the open. So we don't have to rely on trying to nail one of these prints, and then that's going to be it. But it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to trade probably from 8 o'clock in the morning until 10:30 Eastern. And it'll be a lot of fun to trade with everyone together here on stream. All right, folks, that's going to do it for me here on YouTube. I'll see everybody over in Clubhouse. And if you're not going to join us in Clubhouse, I'll see you guys back here on YouTube on Monday at 8 a.m. I hope you all have a very prosperous Friday. Remember, it's Friday. Don't go crazy today. Make sure you're trading with discipline. Make sure you're using stops. And overall, have a great lucky day of trading. I will see you guys on Monday.